we're getting some performance issues. Now, these performance issues are kind of silly at this point because I don't have that much going on, right? So I'm just trying to get to my simulator code and get the cameras to load and do their thing, and things kind of gone wonky. Well, in the meantime, I decided I want to load, I want to create a GitHub instructions because I'm kind of getting tired of GitHub constantly giving me like old versions of Unity. Um, so I got to start adding some stuff. We're gonna add some tips when in the FPFM project. Actually, we'll call it FPFM Android project. Use we'll do this because I don't know if that matters, but we're going to say Unity 6.0 for all code suggestions and generation. I don't know what NumPy is, but they have guidelines and stuff like that. Avoid using deprecated functions. Yes, let's do that. Avoid using deprecated APIs, libraries. I don't know what the this thing does, but I'm putting it in there. Because, I don't know. Kotlin. When in the PFFM. Hey, Nintendo. When in the PFFM Go MS project folders, use. What version of Go am I using? I don't know. What is the latest version of Go? I'm pretty sure I have the latest version. The latest version of Go. 1.21. Geez, really? They're not very far. I'm creating an instructions file for Copilot to use to stop giving me crap. Oh. No, that's not gonna work. When the PFFM Gomez project folders use Go Lang 1.2 for all code suggestions and generation. Yes. When creating or modifying code in the PFFM Gomez project. Or let's say when creating or modifying services in the PFFM Go MS project, follow the same service structure as let's just say as playbook. I guess I can go for any of these because they're all kind of set up fine. We'll go with playbook service as the playbook service. Let's go. Let's change. Let's do this. I'm hoping this is the kind of thing that it'll read every single time, so I stop getting suggestions and such that don't apply to my code. So, because it's really getting irritating to have it keep giving me suggestions, and I have to keep giving it the context of everything, and I'm like, stop doing that. Was it sub? Was it subroutines? Subroutines? Coroutines? I think it's coroutines, whatever. I'm going to get rid of this. When providing code suggestions for the FPFM Android project, avoid using sub coroutines. I'll just call it coroutines, whatever. I think it's sub coroutines. I want to say coroutines and coroutines. Use instances when I gotta keep saying which project when providing code suggestions for the FPFM Android. I don't know what Android. What the heck is that? Android project. Use instances of objects. What is it? Oh, singleton. Use singleton. References. Singleton references instead serialized fields unless a UI element needs to be fields for all non-UI components. Yeah, that would work. So yeah, this is I just kind of I keep getting these things where it's using deprecated data. It keeps trying to write code using versions of Unity that's wrong. It's trying to write subroutines and sub-coroutine references, and it's just like, stop doing that. I have to keep telling it not to do it. I'd really like it to stop, so I'm trying to see if I can get these things to work. I have to keep prefixing it with stuff like this, just because each project has its own thing. Use the use the what is this, FPFM? Game data. Here's the API handler.cs and the appropriate data.cs class for all API calls. Yes, it got that one right. I might even go as far as to tell it. Let's see if I can do this too. I'm gonna try and make it go. I'm gonna try and waste its time even more. I'd rather it take long on a suggestion than to keep giving me stuff that review all code under the let's see, FPFM /assets / scripts. Folder. Prior to answering, and use, let's see what I said, the existing code as reference. Yes, that's good. I'm going to do the same thing on this one, because this is another one that drives me nuts when it doesn't look at my existing code first. And code suggestions for the FPFM Go MS project. Review all code under FPFM Go MS. Folder prior to answering. FPFM Go MS using so project. Oh yeah, I gotta make it look at common too. Offer suggestions that all right. Relay or include, how about this? Include common / API / dot protofiles when needed to complete to offer the most offer the most performant Inefficient code. There we go. What other thing is it going to complain about? I'm going to be updating this file a lot. I'm just trying to get this thing to stop, to kind of be a little less lame. And hopefully, we'll see. We'll see if this works. If I stop getting lame answers. FPFM web. Am I using 18? I think I might actually be using something newer than that, but let's go with that. And then, all right, let's do that. I don't know. But I also have Next.js, yeah. I'm not using React Query. Okay, so let's go see what my... I don't know if those are right. I got to go look. It's making suggestions, but I got to be sure that it's not being delusional. It's not making suggestions that are like totally off the track here. Let's see, package JSON. All right, so I got... so my React is actually version 19. And my Tailwind, 3.4. Next.js. Where's Next.js? $19. Well, I don't know where Next.js is defined. I know I'm using, there it is, next, 15. All right, so 15, 19, and 3.4. All right. So this is 19, 15, and 3.4. Now, I don't know that it has these latest versions, but I don't think they're that new. So we will see. All right, let's see. I saved it. Find out what it does. What else do I want to do? I'm sure there's more. Well, maybe I'll just leave that open for a while. As it annoys me, I'll add more stuff. And the thing is, I don't know if does this. Well, it should. It's in my project, but it's in the GitHub thing. So all right. Yeah, maybe it'll work. Okay, so let's see what happens. Okay, so the problem of the day, and I was having this problem this morning, Nintendo, having performance issues, application performance issues. So what is the problem? What is going on? Oh, I should probably save this. Man, this morning was was a S show. It was things. I started off. Okay, the first thing I did when I logged on this morning. I logged on. I had to stop. Oh wow! I thought my fan was going nuts. And my drink was leaking air. Okay, so first thing I do when I log on, I open up a muscle milk, right? I take a swig and kind of getting started, trying to say what I'm gonna do, and then I shake up my muscle milk without the lid on it. Whoosh! Chocolate. Muscle milk everywhere, on my keyboard, on paper, on desk. It was not a good thing. And I oh man, I start wiping it up and it's sticky. Apparently muscle milk is sticky. And I'm trying to clean it up. It's on my keyboard. And normally I don't spill stuff on my keyboard. I spill stuff all the time, but not usually on my keyboard. And I was trying to clean up and I'm I have to clean this. And I figure Yeah, no kidding. I had to clean it. I had to deal with something with it because this is an expensive keyboard and I didn't want it getting all wrecked. And so I had to stop my stream and I had to stop my stream and clean it up. So that took me like 10 minutes. And then I start up my stream and finally get kind of things going. And all of a sudden, somewhere along the way this morning, I mean, I kind of stayed on and just kind of worked through the problems, but I started running into all these other issues. It was just not good. All right. So I was trying to get, like right now, I've got this issue where I don't even know why, because I had this working yesterday and I'm trying to figure out what's going on. And AI is being dumb. And here's the problem. So I had to clean up some bugs. I fixed the bugs and these other things. But when I go here, I click on here, and see, I got my cameras, but when I click on other cameras, they don't work. And then notice my GPU is getting louder and louder and louder. In a minute, you'll just be hearing it going. Here it comes. Yep, see? It's getting all upset. All because all I did was load this, and I don't know why. So I was looking at how do I increase the performance so this isn't like freaking my GPU out. So I did some stuff to lower the frame rates. Um, it's not great. So I can't quite. I don't know what's going on. My buttons aren't working. I don't know, and it's telling me things like your resolution needs to be fixed. Um, I mean, I don't know what I can do with the resolution. I mean, it's using a resolution I can't do much with. Now notice my dudes, they're really tiny. They're like microscopic. And I'm like, I see other football games. Why are their football games not like all messed up like mine is? uh Hey, check this out though. I did this cool little feature. Look. I created this script because Unity has resizing, dynamic resizing. That's kind of iffy, right? So you put it in place and things can get distorted and out of shape because it bases everything on pixels. So like if you say I want to be, you set it up to be 20 pixels from the left or right, when it resizes, it stays 20 pixels from the left or right. So it'll move things around, and if you do stretch, it'll grow. But what you can't do is keep an object proportionally in the same spot. So if you put an object in like the upper right corner of Unity, you have options. You can try to keep it always within however many pixels, or you can stretch it and it'll grow so it stays proportionally in the same spot based on the fact that it's growing. But what happens is if you change your aspect ratio, everything gets distorted and screwed up, right? You got buttons that are now long instead of square, and they're tall or whatever. And I was like, this is stupid. So I created another script. I've now got two custom scripts that are really awesome. I mean, I think they're serving my purpose. One of them is the one I use here. I created a custom script here that all of the text boxes resize themselves by percentages. So if the thing shapes its size, the container that it's in shapes its size, but it stays in the same aspect ratio, everything will get bigger based on a percentage of the size of the container, rather than trying to anchor itself somewhere or do any kind of goofy thing. You can still anchor it in a spot, but now it'll grow the way you want it to. It only grows exactly in the percentage. So this way, no matter how big my box gets, you can see I haven't configured for smaller screens, obviously. But you can see how it grew and everything stays in the same place and it looks nice. And then I created another script for my for this screen. So you can see where all the buttons are. Well, the problem is this is a long and skinny screen. And when I go to a bigger screen, what it was doing is that these buttons would end up in a really weird place. But now they proportion themselves exactly where I want them, no matter what size my screen is. So I thought it was cool. I created me a nice percentage-based location of my objects that doesn't require me to size them. I gotta go let my dog out. Come on, you. So yeah, there's a couple of cool scripts I liked. I use them now pretty regularly. I visualize that I'll be using them in a lot of places. My biggest concern is my performance thing here. It's pretty bad when you have performance issues and you haven't even got the simulation running yet. And my guys are terribly small. It should not be that small. That's even a bigger screen than my actual phone here. So if they're tiny there, they're going to be really tiny here. Plus, are they, I don't care if they're a little disproportionate, but they are really tiny. In fact, are they disproportionate? They do get a little stretched. They're also a little flat. Disproportionate and flat. My idea, though, is I kind of want to restructure this whole scene for skinny phones. I don't want... I mean, for like a fold phone, like this will work, but I really kind of want to restructure it for skinny phones so the field takes up the whole vertical. So we end up with a similar dimension. But this is too much. 2020. I gotta figure this out. Why are my buttons not working? I had it working, that's what's so irritating, is I had it working fine, which is why it's bugging me. I don't know what I did that broke it. So frustrating. Thing is, I'm not getting errors anymore. I guess that's something. They're just not doing anything anymore. They're just not triggering. Fixed speed controller initialize. Fixed speed controller initialize. What is a fixed speed controller? Yeah, well, we got the camera, only the primary camera, but none of the buttons are working. So I hit a limit with I was using Claude, and Claude, I got a Copilot saying you've used up all your requests, and I'm like, what? Since when? I've never used up all my requests. Turns out I was using Copilot thinking model, and apparently there's limits on that. You can only use it so much. I was able to come back and use it like within a minute or two, but you only allowed so many within a certain amount of time. So I was like, since when do I hit a limit? And I was like, oh, I had thinking on. I was using it the other day and I just never turned it off, and it by default was still on. Okay, so I think I got this. Let's go see what's going on. So, okay. So my primary camera is loading, but none of the buttons, the camera buttons, are working to change the view. First question with my instructions object in place. That's actually not what it's saying anymore. I'm not getting that error message. It's like it's referencing something old. Let's go stop on that, and we'll clear this. Actually, I'm going to copy my question. Because it's trying to reference the fact that I had problems earlier. I am no longer getting camera-related errors. Buttons are just completely not working. I wonder if there's something that we changed in those changes that may have disconnected my cameras. Nope, they're still there. Oh, that's the buttons are still there. And then my camera manager, which is what I think it's referencing, has all of its cameras. Nope, so we're still connected. I gotta do something about the view though, that's terrible. Because even when I zoom, it's just like, camera references in the football camera manager might be assigned but not properly configured. The camera switching logic might not be working properly. Buttons and methods might not be properly established. Solution! Let's improve the camera switching functionality. Set up buttons. Okay, where are we going to? Probably the buttons. That would be under my camera controls, which is here. Camera button. See, it goes all nuts, man. It's like it's not even doing anything. Why are you going nuts? What is your problem, man? Why is my GPU having a cow? It's not even doing anything. Shiminy criminy. Similar debug for other buttons. don't want to put in. First, let's add debug logging to determine if button clicks are being registered. I don't need to do that. Let's just stop the code here is what we'll do. First, we'll trigger these to start. I'll just debug. Ensure the cameras are properly initialized in Football Camera Manager. I'm pretty sure they gotta be. See, again, it's not looking at the code. See, it's supposed to look at the code. See, it shouldn't have said, why don't you go look at this? It's like, did you look at this? I hate suggestions that make me go look. Just look at it, man. If it's not properly initialized, let me know. I don't need to go. It's like you're telling me to go look for what's probably already there. So we got if, end zone, camera 1, camera 2, camera sound size. Okay, so based on that knowledge, it's exactly right. So improve the set active camera method with more detailed debug. Set active camera. I don't even know where that is. Set active. Oh, there it is. All right, let's just go in here and break. I'm not going to add any more nonsense. Let's just see what's happening. What did I eat for breakfast today? I ate that, and I ate muscle milk. Okay, so I haven't eaten too much. I can find myself eating and snacking too much. But then I start thinking, I'm hungry. It's been a day, man. I've been working at this since, well, okay, it's only been 6 hours, but it'll be 8 hours before I'm done. I'm actually getting a full day in, it sounds like. I spent a lot of time working offline today because I was like, I just need some regular sound. I wanted to listen to music, and you can't listen to good music when you're streaming because everybody. I was listening to this ADHD relief music just because it was something different, but it's always so subdued. It's like, it's like this. Why does everything have to be sleepy time music? Why does everybody only ever want to listen to the chillest lo-fi, peak focus for complete tasks? Deep House Tiger Mix, isochronic tones. Don't know what isochronic tones are. That's some weird looking stuff. See, there we go. There's a little bit of a beat. It's really just, you know, most of these things, somebody just, I could tell you right now, a lot of this music that they're giving you that's copyright free is a bunch of people that just got their synthesizer out, turned on some of the beats, started playing with the keys, get some rhythm going, recorded. And then they switch it up to some other sounds. There's no real music here. It's a synthesizer being played with for however long. And some of them are just repeats. So there might be like 2 hours of that stuff or 3 hours of that stuff, and it just repeats for 10 hours. And you can tell a synthesizer music. There's not any guitar. There's no strings in it because you can't have all that stuff at the same time. There might be some various forms of beats going on because they can change the sounds up. But it's just synthesizer music. It's all generic. There's no real... honestly, I don't want to knock these people. I mean, it's rhythmic, but I've played with the synthesizer and I can make a half of this stuff. It's like, I have one of those Yamaha keyboards, and you can turn on all these different beats and sounds and play with it, and you could even play piano on it if you wanted to, because it's a keyboard, but it does all these synthesizer sounds. And I'm like, I mean, I guess it sounds okay, but I mean, it's really like they're not doing a lot. That's why they don't copyright it, because they know that it's not really, it's like you're copywriting sounds that you didn't even create. Somebody would come up to you and call you on it. Go, pretty sure you can just do that on the Yamaha. Anybody can do that. In fact, just pushing a few buttons will do that. I mean, it's appreciated that they put together that so you can actually have something. Now, they used to have a workaround that you were able to kind of do, where, what was it? Twitch would tie in with, what is it? Spotify. And you can have your viewers go listen to the same channel on Spotify, and they could hear the same thing you're hearing. It's not quite the same thing as streaming it, but I don't know. I feel like there's got to be something. I feel like if it's coming from like a radio, a radio station, you should be allowed to play it. It's like if you just play a radio station, everybody can go to a radio station and play it. They just click on the radio station on the internet. And why can't you stream that? It's just a radio station. I'm listening to 101.5 Spirit Music, or KJR, The Jet. Or 97.5 The Jet. We've got the beats for you. Can do it in the soft, sultry tones. We're gonna get you some good music going and let you just feel the beat and just get into your work and focus on. For the next 12 hours, commercial free, we will be here for you all night long. Just sit back, enjoy, and crank out that code. So, you know, one of these days they got to come up with something. All right, so, well, for one, Football Camera Manager. Why do I have Football Camera Manager loading right here? See, the Football Camera Manager right here doesn't need to be loaded. Doesn't need to exist yet. That's an interesting thing. I haven't even picked a game yet. I don't even know what's going on yet. Why do I have a... Alright, so that does that. Now we're in. We are in like Flynn. But nope. Nothing is firing. Alright, so we definitely have issues. Improve the set active camera method with more detailed debugging. Ensure the on-field scene is loaded before trying to interact with cameras. I did that. Okay, I might have to thumb this one up. I like it because it's faster. It's a little bit more upbeat. I don't know. Is it copyright free? I hope. Basically, this guy says, hey, if you wear a headset like he's wearing, it'll tether you to the desk. It's like, is that good? Do you want to be tethered to the desk? I guess if you have ADHD and you keep getting up and wandering off. Honestly, though, I mean, truthfully, you should get up and wander around every now and then. It's like sometimes I get up and go do pull-ups or push-ups or just go upstairs and walk into the kitchen like I'm going to eat something and then turn around and come back downstairs. Just because you got to break it up a little bit. You got to get the blood flowing and the joints moving. My watch pops up and goes, dude, you need to go do some activity. I'm like, oh, has it been that long? I went and swam this morning, did some bench press. That was kind of my workout, but I only swam for 550 meters because I was really planning just to lift weights. So, and then I did a chest only workout, which I haven't done in a long time, but I wanted to just do some heavy weights. Sometimes I gotta just do heavy weights because I feel like sometimes doing stuff at home it's good workout, but I still want to just lift weight every now and then. Prove that I can still do it. And I can still do it pretty good. I think I got up to, I don't know, a few 235s. I didn't, actually I was feeling kind of weak today. I only got like, what was it, 7 or 8 235s? And I was thinking I wanted to try to go for a 245 or 255 when the day started, but man, I was just like not feeling it. Maybe I'll go back later this week and try again. All right, so let's go find set active camera. Set active camera tab. Fine, we'll put this thing in here. Well, I already know it's not calling this. I mean, it does, but it only calls it early. It doesn't call it after I've loaded this. I'm curious. Does it call all of these? I wonder if it's calling all of these. Camera selection methods. Camera. These aren't even, there's not much to these. They're methods with one little command in them. I've never actually seen that before. I didn't know you could do something simple like that. Create a method with just one line and you make them into one-line methods. Interesting. So my buttons are not getting called. That is the simple point of the fact. They are not getting hooked up. They simply don't work. So-called camera manager is loading, but it seems the camera button manager is not triggering. Let's go to the camera button manager and we'll go to the setup buttons is never getting called. So what is happening here? Oh, start coroutine. See, it snuck one in on me. Ah, I hate that. Hate coroutines. Stop it. Every now and then it just gets stuck on trying to do coroutines. Alright, so this is on start, so let's see if this fires when I do this. I should unload everything. So this should bring me back, and I should fire up. So we got set active camera again. I want to see if these get called. Alright, that did not call anything. And then we look here. There is no start. There's no, that is not getting loaded at all. Camera button manager is not getting loaded at all. It's almost like this panel doesn't exist. Which is very interesting. I don't have something on top of it, do I? What would be on top of it? I don't think I have anything in here. No, it's not doing anything. Oh, the buttons are clicking. I can see them moving. Step through the football camera manager. Step through the football camera manager. It is loading, but it seems the camera button manager is not triggering. It is as though it is not loading. I put a debug break in the start of the method of the class. And even though the panel has loaded, that class is not. Debug break in the start of the class, and even though the panel is loaded, that class is not running. Man, I'm excited. I want to try to get some dudes moving around on the field. I mean, codularly. My first objective is just try to see if I can move them into a huddle. Just say, hey, move to blah, using grid points. I want to break up my field into a grid and say move to blah, 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 blah. And so that's my objective. I'm going to try to move all of the defense, all the offense into huddles. Just, I don't know. I have to somehow turn them around in the right direction and have them run, and just see if I can create two little globs of characters on the field. Have them run out there. And then I'll add in, and then I'll run a play progress log. First step is have them run out to their positions on the field. Now there is no, I only have basic animations. Run. That's it, run. Run. I think I have a turnaround, but I don't know if that, I don't think I have that implemented anywhere. I suppose I could do that. But my goal is to be able to put them anywhere on the field and have them go back to a huddle spot, which is going to be in relation to whatever the last scrimmage line was. Or, well, no, I can't even do that. It's got to be in relation to where the ball is placed. Because you can't go by the last scrimmage line. That would be silly. Especially if they gain 50 yards. Alright, so let's examine the fixed decision camera button manager. The camera object with camera button manager might be disabled. Is it? That would be weird. Oh, no, that can't be. No, I don't think I did that. See, I got it. Oh, no, it's right here. View. This is the object. So no, it is definitely not disabled. No workspace. Okay, well, I checked, and the view controls panel active. Is definitely active. So we know that's not it. What else could it be? Hey, look at that. Yeah, it read my instructions. Hey, let's fix this so we don't use coroutines as mentioned in your instructions. It's like, yes, let's stop using coroutines. It actually saw the problem, saw that it didn't match my code. Good job, AI. Good job on reading instructions. Now, now if only I read the instructions. Do as I say, not as I do. I'm a human male. We don't read instructions. Camera button manager. Let's see what you did here. All right, so he rewrote it without the coroutines. All right. I don't think he did much, but let's see if this does anything. Still writing it? All right, so just trying to see if it undisable, unseen loaded, initialize, set up buttons. All right. Hopefully it didn't do something dumb like change its name just to make me irritated. No, it didn't do that. Okay. Oh, that's another thing I need to put in the instructions. Do not change the names of my files unless instructed to do so. That's what I need to do. I'll go in there. I'm changing that right now. I hate when it changes the names of my methods and stuff. When making code suggestions or edits, do not change the names of my methods, of existing methods, unless explicitly asked to do so. Because I hate when it does that. Changing the names of methods is so irritating. I'll change the names. If I feel like it's like, okay, that's a bad name now because we changed whatever it does. But I hate it when it changes the names of my stuff. Because it'll just go, oh. If a code suggestion it would include significant refactoring, do not edit. This is for agent. Do not edit directly. But instead, by suggestion with the refactored code. That would be better. Now that's for the agent because obviously that doesn't happen. That doesn't generally happen when you obviously when you're just doing ask, which is mostly what I've been doing lately. So we did this. Do a rewrite with my camera button manager. Now we're going to go over back to navigation buttons. Why does why does it do its own set of cameras though? I don't know if I like that. In fact, why does navigation button manager set up cameras? Actually, you know what? I'm going to change that. Let's not set up cameras in navigation button manager, since that only gets to the simulation panel. First thing shown is the type selector selection panel. We don't need to set up the cameras until the kickoff button is clicked on the sim type button manager. We don't need to set up the cameras until the kickoff button is clicked on the simulator. Properly initialize, connect. Sim type button. Did you get tired of typing? Oh, there it goes. It's like I'm gonna take a break. It's a lot of work sometimes typing this stuff out. I get it, man. I understand AI. It's a pain in the rear to write a bunch of code. I mean, granted, you get to do it real fast. Hey, treasure rat. Hey, yo, hey, yo. Hey, yo. Hey, yo. Here I come and we go to my home. Hey, yo. Hey, yo. Here I come and I'm coding at home. So how you doing today, man? Having a good day, I hope. Happy Monday. Are we done? I think we're done. Let's see. Start. Clean up. Event subscription. Anything else? Startup. Complete. Well, it's just totally rewriting my stuff, man. Alright. Sim type button manager. Let's do it. Sim type button manager. Oops. 4.8. Oh, did it add one? View controls panel. Okay. What else did you give me? You gave me something to change up my other file that I'm no longer using it for this. Camera button manager. Again? Keep changing this file. I mean, I guess if it doesn't work, you might as well, but... Add this method to football camera manager.cs. I don't... Okay. Just adding it, huh? Not using it, not doing anything with it. Just throw it in there. Alright, do we have any errors? Probably. User navigate simulation tab, panel shown. User clicks game tab and then kickoff. On field scene is loaded. After loading completes camera setup happens. Camera button should now work. You say so. Let's see. Let's see what it says. Why don't my buttons disappear? This probably doesn't even need to be visible at this point. Let's go to my title screen. Now, I don't generally have to disable and enable this stuff. Sometimes I want to. What happened? Did I get a bunch of errors? I got some errors. What did you do? What did you do to me, AI? What's these errors we speak of? I didn't see any squiggly lines, but I was zipping through, taking his word for it. Probably not a great deal. That's it. I did save all that, right? Problem is, editing while it's running, sometimes it doesn't recover very well. Unity's got some issues, man. Unity's got some definite issues, performance-wise, but what app doesn't, I guess? Really, when it really comes down to it, what app doesn't have a bunch of issues? Holy moly. We've got some serious problems. I do think it's funny that it makes, like, it does occasionally make what amounts to syntax errors. You gave up and moved to Unreal, huh? I'd have to guess that Unreal's got the same, I mean, maybe not the same problems, but I know it's got problems too. They all have problems. Every app's got problems. It's just such is the way of things. It's always the grass is greener on the other side. You're like, oh, this is crap, I'm going to the other thing. And I'll tell you right now, what is the code, what code does Unreal use? Does it use Java? Is that what it's using? It doesn't use C#, which I feel comfortable in C#. I don't know why. I don't really know it that much better than anything else. But I mean, I know old versions of it really well. But I mean, these are just object models. I just don't know because I don't know. It really comes down to the object model when you're coding in C#. It's syntax, but what app are you coding for, right? It's not just general C#. We're working with Unity and all of its objects. But I do remember you saying you switched over to Unreal. I don't know. C++, eek. Dude, I don't know C++ at all. Well, I've seen it. In fact, I had to help my son when he was going to DigiPen over here, which is like a technical college. One time he was asking me for help on his coding work, and I was like, "What is this? Is this C++?" It's like, yeah. I'm like, oh. Yeah, I'd be learning. I might as well be learning Go if I'm going to switch over to C++. I mean, that's what I'm just saying. It's just like so. It's a whole nother ball of wax working in C++. I'd be learning something totally new. Of course, I'm learning a lot of totally new, right? I mean, Go was totally new, React was totally new, Angular was totally new. So I suppose, you know. C# in this environment, Unity's totally new. I don't know. Oh, the errors are gone. Okay. I'll leave. I don't know. I guess I'm not really afraid of doing C++. With AI holding my hand, I'll take on anything. It's like, yeah, whatever. C++, Fortran, COBOL, whatever. Just as long as it works, man. Just do the trick. I'm not scared of you. There are so many languages, though, and some of them are pretty similar, but some of them are like not. And I feel like C++ is a whole nother realm of stuff. I probably should have done Unreal just so that I could say I've touched every language I've ever thought I'd never touch. Go, React, Angular, C#, Azure, or different versions of C#. I keep saying that. SQL I know really well. MongoDB, Docker, which is YAML, and Git. What is it? What are they called? Git workflows. And Grok, man, I've worked with so many things I've never seen before in my life. I didn't even know what they were until recently. Oh, nice. Now the panel doesn't show up at all. I probably don't have anything activating it. Yeah, these buttons are just not working. Nothing I do seems to make them work. They're loading. but they do not, they're not swapping around anymore. Let's go see if they actually function. Go to my on-field. I know they should, but I don't know why they wouldn't, but. Camera 1, camera 2, home sideline, visitor side. Visitor sideline's got a problem though. I don't know why my camera keeps getting screwed up here. Is that because of the background? What is going on with that? Because I keep getting this working, but it somehow keeps getting broken. See how, like, if I click on main there, it goes 200, 180, 40, and this one goes 1,000, 300, 1,050, negative 18, 18. What is throwing it off? Why is it getting, why is this one keep getting screwed up? It's the only one. All these other ones just say exactly what they are. And this one, for some reason, is dumb. Restoring dynamic resolution scale factor to 1. Huh. So again, this should be 200. Whoops. Click the wrong camera. 200. Zero? No, that must be 1. Well, if it was, that one's 180. That should be 0. My position is way the heck off in Chinatown now. Rotation's fine. Why are we all in like? Probably the same position. 0. See, now it looks like it's pointing at the field somehow. Still looks like it's rotated wrong though. That's not going to be right. 8 or 90? Nope, it goes the other way. If it ain't in 0, should be the right value. Oh, maybe we're in the wrong place. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's supposed to be negative 315. Let's try that. There it is. It's fixed again. I keep fixing it, but something keeps screwing it up. I mean, it's really not the problem, though. I mean, ultimately, the problem is that the buttons aren't working to begin with. That's really what it comes down to. Buttons just don't work, man. I don't know. I used Unity. What was the reason I chose Unity? Because the stuff you can do, I did it because it was supposed to be better for the type of work I'm doing. I mean, from what I understood, because I'm not trying to do like really high intensive graphics. I don't want to do, I mean, I'm not going for ultra realism. I'm not doing Madden. I'm not trying to do, you know, NFL 2K, whatever, playmakers, which is just, it's actually lame. Don't look at it. You know, I'm not going for that level of realism. I'm going for something a little bit more almost cartoony. I mean, I want something kind of cartoony. You know, vivid colors, kind of cool looking environment. And like I said, I would say, let's see, but just with cool characters. So let's see if they have any good screenshots here. Because this company went out of business, so their game doesn't work anymore, which is too bad because I actually kind of liked it. It wasn't the worst. They actually changed their guys. This is like an old version of their guys. But they actually changed their thing a lot. I don't know how old this is. How old is this screenshot? I don't know how old that screenshot is. What year is that? Geez, I don't even know what version of code that was. You know, I wrote to them. I asked them for some clues on how they did their rendering for their thing. Of course, they didn't reply because they were out of business. Why did they reply to me? Okay, so here we go. Yeah, look. So this is about the level of graphics I want. So it's not ultra high. I mean, it's actually smoother. It looks better than this even on the device. But this is actually kind of, it's smooth running. It runs pretty good. The characters look good when they're moving around. It's just done pretty well. Now, I want to have like different kinds of characters, but this is kind of what I'm shooting for. Pretty simple. You know, I don't want ultra high. I just want a fun looking graphics. In fact, I may have to even lower the mesh values of some of my characters just because they're a little too over the top. Or they're nice details, but it's going to put a lot of load on things. And it may actually cause some of my performance issues. I may have some overly complex. So I may have to go try and see about rebuilding some characters in a slightly more it's trying to come up with something that's both fantasy. You know, AI has a hard time finding um, what do you call it? Certain types of things. When you say fantasy, it gives you basically the same style most of the time. So that's where things can kind of get you know, it has a hard time thinking outside the box. It figures out a box and goes, okay, this is what I'm going to use, and it just stays in there. You keep safe as it always gives you the same thing, and that's where different AI engines and stuff can come in handy because they might be thinking in a different box. And now they do a lot of stuff, or rather, they do a lot less stuff than I plan to do in my game. But this is the kind of level of graphics I'm looking for. So Unreal Engine might be just too much for that. You know, I don't know that. I don't know. I honestly, I don't know how I'm going to do this. I really don't. This is so this is so out of my league, man. I am like treading water here. And I keep doing more and more. I mean, I keep making progress, but like I'm struggling. I spent an entire day doing things like fixing this cameras. And I'm like and I have performance issues going on. Like my GPU is going nuts, and I haven't even done anything yet. I haven't put anything in the app yet. Why is it having such a problem? So I haven't moved any people or done anything with them. Simply getting my cameras to load is proving to be kind of a thing. But this is truly what I'm looking for. Now, these guys did an interesting thing too. I mean, their video looks pretty good. Let's see. Now these guys haven't even released their game yet, by the way. This game isn't even out yet. I mean, it's out. You can play it. It's on Android, but it's not officially released. If you look at it, it's like beta or something. But it's actually not bad. Their graphics are interesting too. It says full launch coming soon. So yeah, see they're coming. They're almost here. They do some pretty cool stuff. I don't know, do they have any videos? But again, see how they're kind of cartoony? I don't mind the cartoony. What I'm shooting for Andrew's gameplay. Oh, come on. I do like their cheerleaders. I think it's a cool little extra. I think that's kind of cool. But see, their graphics, you know, they're kind of flat, kind of plain. They're actually, I think, better on the game now. This is based on when this video was. They're probably lower grade. This video is lower grade than their actual game. But they look pretty cool. Now mine won't have any gameplay aspects like this. This just allows you to practice. Oh, that's how you do that. I messed up when I tried to do a field goal on here. I was like, how do you kick this freaking field goal? Passing's the easiest part. Running is near impossible in this game. Running is just terrible. You get tackled immediately. But again, I'm really just saying that they have decent graphics. You know, it's like they move pretty good. The players move on the field pretty good, and I don't know what performing it is. I do like that they welcome to your headquarters. They're pretty generic. Their back end stuff is pretty basic. And I talked to the guy. If you've been here before. In fact, I think you were here before Nintendo. The guy he goes by the name B.O. B.O. Sweet Chariot. No. See, I like his stadium. They do a good job with the stadium. That's what I'm not sure how I'm going to do. I got to figure out the stadium bits. I just need I need to find some skilled people. I mean, I don't even know where to start with the stadium. I just don't even know where to start. I could buy stadium. In fact, they may have bought the stadium package. There's a stadium or crowd package you can do with sports that basically looks like a bunch of bleachers, kind of like they have here. You don't see the crowd too much on most of these plays, but okay. And so look, see how their field. Okay, so their relationship to their players, do they have 12 guys? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, maybe they do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I only see 10 guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. They only have 10 guys on the field. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, there's only 10 dudes. All right, maybe that was just a trick of the eye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, they do have 11 there. Still, I don't know. Maybe there was a guy buried or hidden or something I didn't see. He was hidden by something. But okay, so they got 11 guys. 1, 2. So they got 11 guys. And see, but they stand up. I mean, they don't look so tiny as my field. I mean, on a field this big, they should look about that big. But my field, when I load my field, let's zoom this out. So I make it big. I'm taking up, right now my field is about the same size as their field. But look at my guys. They're like microscopic. And I'm only using, I only have visual area of, oops. I have visual area of a lot less field even. Now I've got even more field than them. And in my viewport. And you can still see their guy. This field is way tinier at the moment than mine. And my guy should be big and solid and taking up good space, but yet they're not. Now, granted, their lines are a lot cleaner and nicer than mine. So they got that going for them. Which they probably actually generated and created, actually rendered it. Created their own thing, which probably would look so much better than mine. And I don't know if proportionally this is a 53-yard field, because that's how wide a field normally would be. Maybe I don't need it to be 53 yards. Nobody's going to know. I have it proportionally set to actual field width. I wish I could talk to, I'm going to send him a text. Now, he probably won't reply. I hear from him about once every... I'll text him and he'll get back to me in like a month. Who is this person? Somebody wrote me, hey, I'm like, hey? I'm like, it's just, I'm like, who are you? I see you have another Weebay or Nintendo. I see you have another app. What are you working on? This one. This is your video app. Watch and chat, visit channel, check notification status. You've been working on that one for a while. I mean, that was a couple weeks ago. I know I'm kind of slow to look at my Discord sometimes. Quick question. You guys use a regulation aspect ratio to your field? (120 by 53). Like all of these games seem to fit their guys in the field better than mine do. The guys on the far side of the field just seem so small. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna see what happens if I simplify the meshes on my 3D guys. I think I need to simplify the meshes. I want to see what kind of thing comes up. I'm curious. So I'm gonna go back to my ChatGPT. I'm always asking questions. Cool art is awesome, but if the guys are too complex, the meshes get too complex, it's just going to be a lot harder to do stuff with them. And like I said, that's not my intent. I'm not going for super high fidelity images. And if I go too complex, game's going to be slow. It's not going to run well. And then let's open that, and then we're going to attach. Well, I'm going to borrow one of these other images. Now, I'm not going to use the image. I just want to have something a little bit more like that. Vibrant colors. Let's see here. No, not super tiny football. What's the other one? This one. What is I kind of thought what would be kind of a cool style, but remember I'm trying to do this in a fantasy. So yeah, I don't know how this is gonna work. I'm gonna get creative with my question here. I feel bad that these guys went under though. I mean, it's not my fault, but I mean, I feel like they had a cool game, and they had a lot of games. It wasn't just one game. They had a whole bunch, but I don't know what they did. Some of these companies, I think they make money and they start hiring people and they try to do more, and eventually they're spending more money than they're making, and it just kind of goes down from there. That's the big trick. You gotta grow within your your income. You can't there's a lot of people who take the risk. They make a bunch of money and they go, oh, I'm going to spend a bunch of this money to go make more money. And it's like, sometimes it kind of works a little bit, but eventually it tapers off and you've got too many people taking too much money, and you kind of plummet you kind of lose it. It's a bubble, success is a bubble. It's really what it is. It's just like, this is what happened to the dot-coms, right? They had success, but it's a bubble. It's always a bubble. And the true level of what you have is always something less than where you're at. That goes for everything. Everything that you think is successful, it's usually something less than what you have. Now, you can keep pumping that bubble up, and the bottom underneath is going to keep growing as well, but sometimes not in proportion. So you get like bigger bubble, but this part is getting further and further away from your actual value. Now, the goal is to stay within this, because this is the area where you are safe. So if your bubble pops, well, you're still okay. You're within this range. Just means you're not making the big bucks anymore, but your company's solid. You've got people working. You're making money. You're still within your safe zone. The problem is, the bigger that bubble gets, the more successful you are. A lot of people, they start spending money and hiring people up, and they fill outside of their safe zone. So now they're in here. And that's a dangerous area, because if your products or whatever stop producing and this little starts to squeeze, well, you either start axing people before it's too late, or this piece goes underneath this piece, and now you're no longer able to support anybody, because this starts sucking out all your space into your safe zone, which shrinks your safe zone, and then you're like, we gotta lay people off. Close the doors. We don't have anybody left. We don't have money left. We spent more money than we had, and that's it. Kill your business. That's the only reason my business is still alive, because I did not outspend my income. The product was good enough, but I don't market. I knew I wasn't marketing very well, so I couldn't spend like I was succeeding. I sold 20,000 plus units, but I wasn't marketing and producing enough units to continue producing. And that would shut you down. If I had spent a lot of money on it, I would have had to close it all down completely and just say, I can't do it no more. I had to get rid of, I'd have to unload and be done with it. But now I'm just sitting in kind of a simmer state, waiting for an opportunity to produce more, because I haven't killed my business and put myself in debt trying to keep it alive. It paid for itself. We were good. I didn't outgrow my bubble. My bubble deflated, but at least it's not because of anything, it's my own fault, my own lack of planning and whatever, because I didn't make enough. But I didn't go hire a bunch of people and try to make this thing, become a big thing. And it might have done better, but I don't know if I would have been able to keep up with the bubble, because I'm so bad at marketing. Maybe I didn't spend my money in the right place. Maybe I should have got marketing help. I don't know, but I didn't, and that's life. So let's go back to my chat GPT. All right, so we're going to go here. I'm going to attach. Go to desktop here. And we will include I just don't want to have, maybe I could just use this guy. Or maybe just use him maybe I'll just use him as he is. That's actually not bad. Let's see if I could do that. He might be too detailed. I'm really trying to go with a simpler detail. What would be... I'm trying to think. What would be... 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 What would be need an image of this guy. In a more, what kind of, trying to think. Simplified 3D, simplified form in 3D, wearing orange and blue football gear. What would be like different states? I'm trying to think of the terms. I don't know what the terms are. So in terms of graphics quality or 3D models, I am looking for something pretty simple, but I don't know what it's called. So I am creating a football simulation. But I don't want hyper-realistic models like Madden. Something more along the lines of Big Win Football. When requesting this level of art, what exactly am I asking for? Oh, low poly, stylized or low poly art style. Cartoony, exaggerated proportions and simplified textures, making it visually distinct without requiring high-end rendering. See, that's kind of what I want. I want it to run smooth and be more exaggerated and playful visuals. That's kind of what I want. I want my characters to kind of look cool and unique, but not be over the top, you know? And I think that might actually, man, I am getting some blubber on my sides. I've got to stop with all the extra eating. Okay, I'm like put my hands down and my hands like rest on the rest on my sides. I go, and holy moly, you know the old Special K commercials where you could pinch an inch? I'm pinching a whole handful. I'm pinching like 2 inches, 3 inches. I got handles. Literally, I don't know why they call them love handles, but to be honest, if my wife were to grab my love handles in a loving way, I'd be like, get your hands off my flab. Don't be pinching my love handles. That's not what they're for. Okay, so yeah, all right, so let's go with that. Let's see if I can use some of what she says. I need an image of this guy in a more simplified form. Think low poly. Low poly. in 3D wearing orange and blue football gear. What else do I want? Oh, no background. If you can give him a stylized look, maybe no ear coloring. Let's go with that. Okay, so I mean, he's cool, but I think I need something that's like not too complex looking. I really kind of think I need something simpler. I want to see what a no ear style is. I like no ear. No ear? No ear? It's deep shadows, basically. It just gives it a, I don't know. I think I don't need so much to have I don't need to say fantasy for these characters unless it's a fantasy character, but I can say what I want. And if I say fantasy, it's going to give it the coloring of fantasy. So I try not to do that. Just kit the characters and I can put them on the field and they'll be in the fantasy world. I mean, that's kind of what it is, right? I mean, I only get so many images a day. And if I use my 2 or 3 accounts that I have for various reasons, well, actually, it's not terrible. It might work. I don't know if I like the, maybe when I said low poly, it gave him, that's actually not bad. Actually, that's close. Let's try it. I'm not going to, because if it's simple enough, plus it'll be easier to render it 3D. He's kind of not very smooth though. Maybe I don't want to say low poly. Because low poly might be what's giving me this weird mesh look. But I'll save it. I mean, they basically turned him into an alligator. That's all right. It's all right. I'm okay with that. I can live with it. All right, so let's go. Let's try and rephrase that a little bit. If I rephrase it a little, maybe get a little bit less simple. What's up, baby? Oh, sure. I'll be back. I got it. Take a break. All right, I'm back. So yeah, let's try this again. We're gonna try this. It's not very vibrant. I like the vibrancy of this. I'm not sure if it'll work, but I'm hoping it can still reference it. Can you try again? But let's go to Sora and try it again. Sora gives you like 3 or 4 options. Dude, look at that cat, man. People really do some serious stuff on here. my Sora options for the day. Plus, it might not be as hard to do things like setting up what do you call it? Setting up. I wanted it to go like a no air style. Maybe it has trouble. Like this kind of art isn't too bad. I don't feel like that's very detailed, but I forgot, what is it called? What type of art is it? With the deep shadows. There's no air. Characterized by deep shadows, high contrast, and dramatic lighting. This style often uses chiaroscuro lighting, a technique that emphasizes stark contrast between light and dark to create a moody. It has roots in German expressionism, which influenced classic art. Not really. Not really looking for anything more than that. I just wanted to go see what I said here. Something like this. I'm not going to say poly though, because I'm afraid that I'm going to get something like that. I didn't really care for that. So what did it say for this? All right, so we're going to go. I need an image of this guy in a more simplified form. Think. We'll say arcade style. Arcade style. Or cartoonish. 3D wearing orange and blue football gear. No background. If you can give him a stylized look, maybe a no-ear coloring. What did it say for shadows? Oh, high contrast. Maybe high contrast coloring. I'm not sure why it said remix, but geez, the milkman. That guy's pretty psycho looking, man. We have a milkman. We get milk every Tuesday. Actually, we're not getting it tomorrow because we have too much already. But we still do milkman. They deliver, put it in the box. It's not the little cage of milk thing like they give, but just regular half gallons. But still. Why is she wearing a hamburger on her head? Or is that, no, that's one of those, what do you call them? The cookies. What are they called? Oh, that really went cartoon. Holy cow. That was hard. That was hardcore. I forgot to say 3D. That's the problem. Oh, I have to pick one? I don't want to pick any of them. I don't like... Well, I mean, I guess they're not that terrible. Alright. a 3D model. Probably should have went more in on the high contrast request, but having cool images of super high detail is great, but it does create problems with performance and mesh and all that. And I need to keep it simple. Why is 22 the number? When you ask for a uniform, it always puts 22. I mean, I guess I could probably ask for another number, like 7 or any other number, just so I stop getting 22. Alexa, what number was Barry Sanders?
Barry Sanders wore number 20 during his career in the NFL.
20? What number? Oh, those just look like toys. That's interesting. I didn't really want a toy. He did give it a good 3D model look, though. All right. I've somehow ended up down the rabbit hole. I'm going the wrong direction here. What did I... In fact, you know what? I probably even said 3D model. Yeah, it's 3D. In 3D... Sora... maybe not arcade style, but... No background. It didn't even follow that prompt right. If you can give him a stylized look, okay. Why? Maybe cartoony is too much the wrong way. No background with a high contrast coloring. High contrast coloring in the uniform and a fantasy-esque body in the football gear and I'm just trying some of these things that all right, so let's take the cartoonish out. I don't want that. Kid style or mobile friendly. In 3D or mobile friendly. 3D model. All right, let's try it again. I mean, I just don't want him to look like a I don't want him to come out looking like a toy. Because a toy actually has higher graphics. That's kind of the problem too. It has to have a 3D model cartoon look. And when it gave me the toy, it's really not. That's like a high graphics, because you to get that perception of a plastic toy, you have to have pretty decent colors and high levels of colors. I don't really want that. I want it to be in a 3D model kind of cartoony look, but it didn't quite get that. Honestly, I think I like the bottom right one the best if I was looking at these three guys. I'm not terribly concerned about whether they wear helmets. I'm not gonna get into the football gear of it all. Some of these guys just, I don't know. It'd be tough to put a helmet on these guys, wouldn't it? I mean, I guess it wouldn't have to. It'd be a weird looking helmet. Yeah, some of these aren't too bad. I think actually I'm trying to decide which one I like best. I think I like this one. It's really got dark eyes, but that guy's kind of cool. He's got the deep shadows. He's kind of got the spikes on his armor. Yeah. It's a kind of not terrible. I just wish he had better eyes. I'm running out of, I only get 6. I'm using up all my. Huh. I want to try some other options, some other characters. But this one actually came through pretty good. I need another one with better eyes though. Can you give this guy some better eyes? Brown and black and make his teeth white with black outlines to keep the coloring style. I don't think it's going to be able to do this because I don't know how good AI is knowing where are the eyes. It created a model, but does it know where the eyes and teeth are? It just took this image and drew it. Does it know what eyes and teeth are on a strange looking creature? That's kind of a question of the day. So what I'll probably do is copy the same theme and put a different guy in and see what it gives me for the last try. I mean, I want his eyes to have color. I mean, I do like the style that they put in, but he just needs better eyes and teeth. Because I mean, I guess I can color him myself, but that's not great. That's I am definitely gonna. I think I'm definitely going with the lower. This feels more like what I want my game to look like. Ah, yeah. No, that's actually not bad. Which one do I like best? These three are like the same. It's like that guy's like different because he's got no white teeth. I actually think I prefer this one. He's basically the same, except he's got some colored bottom on his teeth. It's not as... I don't know which one. Actually, the top right isn't too bad either. That one looks almost a little weird, though. The mouth feels broken. That one still looks like he has no teeth. These two aren't too bad. I kind of like the bottom jaw standing out a little bit. These are both pretty good. I might keep both of those. Let's see. Let's download one of these guys. I'm gonna download him. Now I'm gonna go over to my handy dandy Trippo. And then we're going to go here. And then we're going to go here. How many do I have left? I have 600. Oh, did it go down? Did it go back up? Did I give you a few extra every now and then? I felt like that's more than I had before. Oops, did I not do that right? So this guy is simpler, but I did it with a basic cartoony looking guy to begin with, but I don't have as much detail in this one, so I want to see how it comes out. I like the high contrast feel of it. Yeah, I really like that style. Just the high contrast, deep shadows. I don't know what this thing's going to do with it though. That means I have to do all my characters again, but I think it could produce better stuff if I, with the lower expectations. And it might be nicer on my screen and make my guys look less. You put a lot of detail into a tiny guy and it starts to look like a blech. But if you have less detail when you shrink it, the less detail can still be there, just squished together. It's kind of like, you know, if you take 5 things, 5 colors, and blend them, squeeze them together, you're going to have 5 colors. But you have 1,000 colors, squeeze them together, you're not going to be able to see 800 of those colors, right? Because they're just going to be too much. It's just going to blur out into a big blob of blah. Wow, that is... Well, it did it. It's just really shiny. I don't know why it makes them so shiny when it does this. I didn't even see what it did. Did I even... Oh, look what it did to the tail. Oh, I should have... What the heck did it do to the tail? What is the deal with that tail? I should have had it retry. How was... Can I stop that? Just... It didn't do a very good job of the tail. I don't know why it made a weird tail like that. Is my picture got weird tail? What made it think it needed a weird tail? No, it does have some color to it, but somehow I thought that was like not connected, not part of his tail. I don't know what it was doing. All right, so let's go do another one. I probably have at least one more. I think I have at least one more request. How many have I done? One, 2, 3, 4. I've done 4. Okay, so I can do one more, or I can do 2 more. So I want to go here copy this statement. Oh no, that's the that was the remix. I don't want the remix. I want the original. And then we'll go back here and pick an image. Oops, nope. Pick an image, upload from device. Let's see here. Let's go to my FPFM here. Where's my teams? Teams. All right, let's go with the snakes. I still haven't got a good clown lab yet. I got to figure out that one. I know some of these are going to get definitely downed. Let's take this guy. I'll paste this in with the same thing. I need an image of this guy in a more simplified form. Think arcade style or mobile friendly 3D model wearing orange and blue. We'll go with, do I want to have him orange and blue football gear? No, we can't have everybody be in orange and blue. What's another good, how about gold and black? We'll like the, what is that, the Saints? Which is totally wrong. The Swans are my, I don't know, who are they? All right, let's go see. Let's actually try to set this guy up with his root team, which I can't remember who that is at the moment. the ice giants or whatever they are. Ice giants. Okay, so the ice giants are Nab Icicle Giants. Nab Icicle Giants? Whatever. They are the Cincinnati Bengals, which are what? Red and... What are the Cincinnati Bengals? Are they red and black? Or are they orange and black? What color do I have on my thing here? Oh, they're orange and black. Okay. Well, we'll see what they do with orange and black. Oops. Orange and black. Football gear. No background with high contrast coloring in the football gear and film noir style body. I need an image. Sure. Let's try it. Same prompt, different character. Now, it did some pretty good ones last time. I really like how these came out up here. These are some good ones. That was my final one. Just the deep, dark blackness of it, but plus the bright, contrasting uniform I really liked. So it'll be interesting to see how it comes up with, what it comes with for the next. I really need to get them to stop giving me 22 as a number though. I gotta figure out who what some good numbers are. Any number. Give me any number but that. He's not as impressive. He's not 3D either. I mean, kind of, sort of, in a way, but it's like you, it's like, no, well, no. Actually, this is kind of uniform and bad. Is this my screen or what? I mean, they really went, I guess my screen has black. But, I like this one, but I want to give him a little bit more. Let's see, let's click that guy. And we're going to say, this is my last, I can't have him holding a football, though. I have this guy with blue tinted skin and nothing in his hands. I don't know. The gear is a little soft in what it is, though. It's not the greatest gear. I'm gonna have to open up another option. I should have said, can you give him a more 3D look too? Can I cancel it? I don't think so. It's probably already said no. Ultimately, I don't need a bunch of those images, right? I only need one. I only need the one that this thing created. Let's see how it did the second time around. Is that better or worse? Oh, the tail is one piece. Of course, it's got a line in it. Why does it why does it think he has this line of whatever in his? Oh, I think it thinks that the. I mean, it's kind of weird. But at least the tail is connected this time. It's kind of funny because this doesn't really do cartoony 3D rendering. You know what I'm saying? It does. It tries to make them all realistic looking, which is kind of interesting. Let's see what this does when I rig it. I'm gonna go ahead and rig it up, but it's not cartoony anymore. It looks like it's kind of real with fakey looking. You know, he's just like a lower poly version of a 3D realistic looking guy. It's like instead of going HD, can I go with like not HD? What is this? Highly similar to the original image. May have 3D detail variations. What is this one? Highly similar. So getting a 3D model out of a... I mean, this guy looks like they tried to make him into a live-action toy. It's like he's going to be a movable toy. I'm not... It didn't occur to me to try to ask for a different views of him, like from the side, from the front, and from the back. That would probably be kind of good for like a last try thing for somebody. Why did... this one might be the best. It's got the darker contrast. Gear's not as good, but it's got that deeper contrast that I like. And of course, the general rule is everybody wants the cooler 3D lifelike look. I get it, but sometimes you just got to be flexible. Highly similar to the original image, may have 3D detail variations. I don't know what this means. Maintains precise 3D structure, may slightly differ from the original image. Huh. Downloads. Let's try this guy. Settings. Face limit. Triple AI version. I don't know what face limit means. What does that mean? Ooh, some serious stuff on there. I don't know what PBR is either. What is PBR? Accurately presents the appearance of objects by simulating physical appearances. Style? No, no, no. None of those look like what I want. I just think it's weird how it makes them all glossy. That's the only thing I don't really care about. Care for is a glossy. All right, let's go back over here and see what it did. Put a spike on his back from his other thing. It's kind of weird. He looks kind of funky. But if he's sitting on a screen that's this tiny, it doesn't look that bad. All right, let's see if I can get me a decent idle look. Some of these don't do very good with the idle. They make them stand up weird and they squish their elbows in. The last few times I've seen this, it takes the character and it puts his elbows up against his sides and then he looks like he's walking like this. It does some weird stuff with that. I honestly like this guy better. I don't know how I would 3D render him though. See how it makes him look like plastic? I'm pretty sure I said no background, but why does probably put it on there anyway. I didn't realize that they even put feet on him. Oh, it did. Well, it did, but I don't know if my image did. Did my image actually have feet on it? My image doesn't have feet. What are you talking about? Oh, it does have a little thing of feet at the bottom. I didn't realize that. Check it out. If you look closely, how did it? Yeah, look at that. There's a. Huh. Interesting. So I don't know how to get these. I don't know how to get them to look like this. I really like this guy better than the one that it gave me, to be honest. Oh, I'd have to open Blender. Blender, I hate you, Blender. You suck. Gonna start off my day by insulting the app that I'm try to work with. I don't know, man. You're no fun. And then I have to do textures separately. And then what are there other ones? They're all kind of bad. I haven't really liked any of them. Maximo, isn't it called Maximo? Is one of them? Oh no, I guess that's not called. Is it Miximo? Oh, Miximo. Yeah. I can try Miximo, but I don't have a lot of hope for Miximo any more than anything else. Oh, Miximo. Oh, Miximo doesn't mesh them. You have to. What does Miximo do? Miximo just adds their. All right. Triple 3D versus. Top AI 3D model generator. Triple 3D versus Hunyuan. Well, if it's by triple, I don't want to. That don't count.
Welcome back to Artificially Inked, your go-to channel for AI-powered creativity for game development and 3D modeling. I'm your host, R7, and today we're diving into some exciting updates from two industry-leading tools, Tripo 3D's newest version, 2.5, and Hyper 3D's Rodin Gen 1.5. These updates bring major improvements in mesh quality, textures, and workflow efficiency, making AI-powered modeling more accessible and powerful than ever before. We'll compare the new features to their previous versions using assets from our past projects. This will give us a scope of just how far these tools have come.
What is it, Rodin?
Whether you're an indie
I think I already
developer,
tried Rodin.
3D artist, or just curious about the latest AI breakthroughs, stick around, this is going to be a fun one. First up, Tripo 3D version 2.5. This update takes AI-driven modeling to the next level with enhanced geometry details, richer textures, and two brand new styles, gold and ancient bronze, adding more creative possibilities for your projects. One of the biggest changes is the introduction of quad mesh support. If you've ever struggled with messy topology from auto-generated assets, this is a game changer. Clean, structured quad meshes mean better UV mapping, smoother deformations for animation, and easier editing in tools like Blender and Unreal Engine. For comparison, here's a model we created with version 2.0. Notice the undefined shaping of the mesh and the detail loss in the texturing. Now check out this same model generated in version 2.5. You can immediately see the difference in detail and polish. Tripo 3D has also updated its UI, making navigation smoother and workflows more intuitive. The changes help speed up asset creation, so you can get from concept to final model even
They
faster.
actually updated again.
Because these improvements require significantly more GPU power, some of the high-quality features like retrying generations and exporting the best possible textures are now available through a subscription model. This helps maintain performance and allows the AI to deliver the highest fidelity results without server limitations slowing things down. Now, let's talk about RaudinGen-1.5 from Hyper 3D. This update is all about clean topology and production-ready meshes. Just like Tripo's quad support, Raudin now generates AI-driven quad meshes, making models much easier to edit, rig, and animate. It also introduces improved PBR, physically based rendering, textures, giving assets a higher level of realism. You'll
What if
notice
I
better
don't want
material
realism?
separation,
I want
sharper
cartoony.
details, and a more refined surface definition, which is especially noticeable when working with metallic and reflective surfaces. Here's an asset we made with Raudin Gen-1.0. While it was decent, the mesh structure was a bit clunky. Compare that to this model from Gen-1.5 with cleaner lines, higher detail, and textures that pop. So, there you have it. Tripo 3D 2.5 and Raudin Gen-1.5 are redefining AI-powered 3D modeling in with better topology, richer textures, and more intuitive workflows. Whether you're looking for hyper-detailed meshes, flexible editing options, or professional-grade customization, these updates offer something for every type of creator. What do you think of these changes? Do they make AI-generated 3D models a more viable option for your projects? Let us know in the comments.
Upload a 3D model
And if you
as
enjoyed this
voxel
breakdown,
condition.
don't forget to give this video a thumbs up, subscribe to Artificially Inked, and hit that notification bell so you never miss our latest content. Thanks for watching, and as always, keep creating.
I don't know if it's worse or better. A lot of these things don't do so good when they have to deal with like tails and wings. Because it's like they don't know how to see. That's like ugly. That's a sloppy mess of a thing. All right, maybe it's not a sloppy mess of a thing, but it's not a great thing. It's just, it seems to be lacking in a lot of stuff. I like this because it has a cartoony look, but I don't know if that's going to make it easier or worse to use. Unlock after. How many do I have on this guy? It cost me 10 to redo, but what do I have? I mean, what is the limit of my allowance? It just says 10. I don't have any idea what is. Oh. What is my allowance? Am I like all out? Do I start with 0? History, saving, save 82, 24, 8 credits. Subscribe to a plan. I don't know. Oh, I don't want to do meshes. I don't want to do meshes. I don't want to. That might make it hard to do lower grade because I don't know. I don't want to do meshes. It's just so hard and it's such a pain in the tush. It's such a unhappy situation. I mean, I would love to turn this guy into a 3D using the colors that he is. I mean, maybe it's all about the textures, right? You just need a good model and then you can do whatever you want. Maybe that's the thing. Because the model is just what you paste the colors on, right? What if I just want the texture to go on this guy? Nobody creates animated things. It's all live. Just 3D modeler for animated models. Create animated 3D models, Autodesk, Maya, and Blender. No, it's the top choices, Autodesk, Maya. Any AI to do it? Meshi and Mixamo are popular choices. Meshi AI exceeds at creating 3D models from text prompts and images, while Mixamo specialized in AI-powered auto rigging and animation. Oh, no. Oh, I don't mean animated like that. I mean best 3D modeler for cartoon style models. I don't think Meshi is all that good. I've never been all that fan of Meshi. I don't even mention Tripo here. Tripo does. Alright, let's go see what Meshi does with my image. I don't think any of them are all that great, to be honest. I'd say it's a pretty cool little video, though. Alright. We'll give Meshi another shot, but I'm going to try and do it a different way here. See. I don't know how many tries you get with any of these. Do any of them give you like any like free opportunities is the question too. I got 100 credits. It's not very much. Last time I tried this, I was not impressed. Just saying. Because last time I did this, it literally, I mean, look what it did to that snake. It was the worst thing ever. Gator, gridiron, gladiator. Okay, sure. It's not really a gator, but he's more of a, well, he's supposed to be a lizard, but okay, he didn't quite come out like a lizard. He's more of a gator. You know, I never really said what he was in any of my image generations, except for the very first one when I created him. He was a lizard. And then all the image generation things that I used after that interpreted him as a gator. And he just slowly became more and more and more and more a gator. But I should probably try to regenerate him as a lizard, because he is for the lizards, not for the gators. I don't think gators are lizards. Are we done? Well, if I really was to go with one, I kind of like this bottom right one the most, but just because it gives texture to his... Honestly, I don't think it's all that great either, but... Let's go with quad. So here quad is better. Target poly count. I'm actually good with low amounts of poly, because... Oh, really? They're going to give... It's actually costs me to go different? I would have thought they had been okay with going less. It'd be less effort. Guess I'm getting 10 no matter what. I don't know what adaptive means, but... Generate texture. Sure. Oh, okay. Let's try it again. Putting some texture on him. I feel like it's not going to give me the texture I want. I mean, maybe it will. I don't know what it's doing. I want less polygon. I would have thought they'd say, hey, all right, we'll do less polygon. I try to do 3,000 instead of the default 10,000. My thought is less poly means less complexity. Less complexity means, you know, faster processing on my device. I really think my lizards are partially to blame for the challenge of my characters. They may have too high of a what do you call it? Too high of a poly count, too much resolution, too much mesh. I mean, at least they gave him a fully connected tail. He looks like one of those 3D rendered, 3D printed characters. This guy's got smoother muscles though, but he's just smoother in general. He has a lot less detail everywhere. $99, $100, maybe, possibly in a moment. All right, let's go see what we got. I guess he's not too bad. I mean, my football gear obviously doesn't go all the way around. Apparently, this guy doesn't get to have a back on his football gear. He looks okay, but his football gear looks like it's painted on him. Hmm. Yeah, it's not the best. What does this thing do? Model. Textured all. Not sure what I think of that. I mean, I guess it's okay. I still like this guy better. I wish I could make that guy. And I know you can, because a lot of these games have it. They turn these kind of characters into 3D models. And that's what I would like. I just don't know. Apparently none of these tools can turn animated guys into 3D models. It's like, no, I don't want a live looking one. I want a cartoony looking one. Like this guy. None of these guys can do that. They all want to make them live models. A free retry is what you get with Pro. Yeah. How do I do that? How do they make these into 3D models? I'd have to upload him. File, open, go to my downloads. And then I gotta figure out how to see my stuff. Well, what am I opening here? Oh, do I need to? No, I shouldn't have to. I should be able to turn them into a 3D. Huh. Image files. There we go. And the one I want is him. Now I gotta delete this object. What did it do? Make him super tiny? Wait, where'd he go? I don't know what that is. Nothing? Where's my object, man? Where'd I put him? I know he's here, because I just did it. Open. Import. Import. Modeling. Add. Image. Okay. So we're modeling. And I gotta do stuff with him. I don't know how to do this anymore. I didn't even know how to do it when I tried it last time. That's a lot of the same things as Unity. I gotta try to 3D model this guy. Modeling, add object. What else do I need? Texturing? No. UV editing? No. Sculpting? No. Layout? No. Nope. 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 I think I have to do modeling. I just don't remember how. Add cube. Measure. Rotations. Oh, God. I'm going to try it again. I don't know why I'm doing this. Torturing myself with this thing. It's such torture. But nobody does a good job, so I got to see if it's possible to do this on my own. All right. Let's go here. I need step-by-step Blender instructions for turning a 3D a 2D image into a 3D model. Delete the default cube. Select, right click. All right. Add the 2D image. Add to the front orth. Add the 2D images reference. Go to the front orthographic view. Press number 1. Add image. Select your 2D image. Press G to move and scale the image into position. Create the base mesh. I wonder if I need to scale it. Yeah, because I noticed before my image was kind of small. When I scale, does that mean scale to the size of the environment he will be used in? So in my case, he will need to be about the size of a large human. You know, I actually thought about making all my characters big. Like, bigger than the other creatures out there. These are like giants in their world. It would allow me to put bigger guys on there, take up more field. It would go a little quicker, but it'd still play exactly like a regular game, except these guys have to, you know, they still cover 10 yards. They still do whatever they got to do, but these guys are just bigger. And it might speed up the game a little bit, but also give you a little bit of their fantasy characters. They're larger than life, literally. So I wondered, Blender's default unit is meters. The default cube is 2 meters tall. So if these guys were on the average, like a small character would be 6 feet tall, but like a big character might be 8 or 9 feet tall. I mean, these guys are just big. Everybody's big. Now, it could make things weird if I change my mind, because it's really hard to reset, but... Alright, so how tall is this guy? How do I know how tall he is? Where's the all the measurements? Oh, there they are. Okay, so I want his Y position to be 0. His X position can be 0 too. Oops. Should I make him 0 all around? Let's lock this. I like that. I'm not sure why. Well, I can't really rotate him. He's not. Hold on, I'll be right back. So have you ever had one of those Costco cookies? They're actually really good. Costco makes they add these chocolate chip cookies to their food court. Pretty impressive stuff, man. So I can't rotate this guy, but I feel like he's still floating, but all right, his scale. How big is he? How do I know? All right, let's see here. One of these, oh, here we go, scale. But there should be something other than just having to go by these stupid blocks. So if those blocks are his scale, he needs to be way tiny. I mean, even by, why is it? I locked him in at X and Y as 0, but his location still doesn't look right. Why is his location so weird? See, I don't understand this thing. Because that does not look like he's landing on this dot. I mean, to me, how do I set his size? Because this scale, okay, so he set its scale, and that's his location and rotation, but what's his size? Physics. No. Data? No. Collection, world. All right. When you open Blender, the cube is 2 minutes. Delete it only after you have used it to get a sense of scale. Okay, well I have an idea of what a sense of scale is. Delete it. Load your 2D image as reference. As shown before, add image reference. With the image selected, press N to open the sidebar. Wow, I think that's open already. Oh, this thing. No, it's the same thing. But whatever. More in the view. Toggle the camera. Don't care about the camera. Switch current view. Zoom in, out. I don't know XYZ Euler is. Rotate, moves, cursor, select, transform, annotate, measure. Aha, measure. How tall is this guy? How do I do that? Do I just draw a line? Oh. He's 3 meters tall. It's probably a bit big. Oh yeah, he's 4 meters tall. What is 4? That's 12 feet tall? That would make him really big. I want these guys to be big, but I think 12 meters is a bit much. gonna have to go a little bit smaller than that. And I still don't understand why I'm not sitting on this center spot. I set his location to 0, 0, 0, but he appears to be floating or way off center. Object origin isn't at the base. Blender positions objects based on their origin point, not their visual center. If your lizard model origin is somewhere in the middle or above the feet, it will appear to float. Fix set origin base of the model. Select the model, go to object mode, right click. Okay. Select the model. When I say select the model, go to object mode. What is object mode? Scale, transform, annotate, measure, add cube. What's object mode? box. Object mode, is that up here? Layout, sculpting, object mode. When it says things that don't exist, item view, item tool view, is it view? Focal point. I don't know what object mode is, and I don't see where object mode is. How do you get to object mode? Right click, go to object mode. I don't know how to get to object mode. How do I get to object mode? I don't see that in any menu. Can I go over here? Duplicate, mirror, snap. Nope. One, use the top left drop down. Top left drop. Which top? Oh, oh, it is in object mode. Oh, I didn't even see that. I am so sorry, AI. I'm blind. Okay, model is offset in the. All right, so we're in object mode. Right click. Set origin. Rename parent insert. Okay, so I still don't know where that. So I go here. Select the model. Go to object mode. I'm in object mode. Right click. Adjust empty display size. Convert to mesh. Copy. Duplicate. Rename. Move. Insert keyframe. Select. Okay. Well. Right click. Set origin greater than origin geometry. Set one of these. Origin. Options. Set origin. What do I right click on to set origin? Origin to geometry. Make sure you're in object mode. Okay. Select your model. Left click on your character in the 3D viewport to select it. You should see an orange line. Yeah. Right click directly on the selected object. This brings up context menu. In the menu that appears, choose set origin. That's not there. Adjust, convert, rename, mirror. Nope, it's not there. That doesn't exist. Let's try something. I don't know if this works, but I'm about to find out how smart this image thing is. When I right click, this is the menu I see on the object. I am in object mode. Oh, well, it is an image. Well, it is an image. But you said I had to scale it before I could 3D model it. When I said you should scale before modeling, I meant once it's a mesh. But since you're starting with a flat image like a reference, that part comes after conversion or modeling. You can't set origin or model directly from an image. A reference image or empty in Blender can't tell. Wait, I'll be right back. I get my food. I think I need to make a call out to my Facebook people, which is mostly just family because I don't friend strangers very often. But I have a big family. think I need to go. To Facebook here, and hey, friends and family, anyone out there a Blender expert who would like nothing more than to turn a bunch of 2D images into 3D models and create some animations for them. Just so I could really use some help. I could actually get by now on just 2 characters and several animations. Yeah, I'm not gonna find anybody. I don't think I know any. I don't think anybody in my family does Blender. I know my family pretty well. I mean, we're pretty close, so you kind of know who's who. All right. Use a backdrop while you model a low poly character using. Then enter edit mode tab and begin shaping. You'll need to learn basic modeling. Extrude, scale, loop, cut, etc. Later, you'll set the origin, scale the mesh, trace or generate 3D from the image. If you want to convert the image more directly, here are options. Manual tracing. Use a plane and knife tool to cut shapes based on the image. I mean, I think the only way to do it is through this, using a backdrop while you model a low poly character using. I don't want to model. I don't know how to model. I really just don't know how to do it. Shift A mesh cube, then enter edit mode. Well, option A is probably the best. So, step by step, how? All right, well, all right. Open Blender, delete the default cube, import your image, position the image, prepare for modeling, switch to orthographic view. Orthographic view. What is that? Is that this one? What is orthographic? Sculpting? Always says stuff like that. Orthographic view. Press numpad 1 for front view. Press 5 to toggle between perspective and orthographic. Nope. Scale, transform, annotate, measure, add a cube. View? Oh. Cameras, perspective orthographic. User orthographic. All right. Lock the image, optional. You know, I should probably make this guy bigger just so that I can fiddle with him easier, so he's less not hard to work with. I think it'd be better to make him easy to work with. In the sidebar, under the View tab, the View tab's on top. View lock to object. 3D cursor, camera to view, rotation. Check lock to view to prevent accidental movement. Yeah, that would suck. I don't know how to. There is no lock to view. There's view lock. Oh, lock to view. Let's do that. Camera to view. Rotation. Let's just lock them all. Let's just make it so I can't accidentally move him. Because it feels like what I want. Alright. Add a mesh. Press Shift A for mesh. Shift A. Mesh. Choose a basic shape, like a cube. Okay. Cube. Enter edit mode. Select the mesh and press tab. Is it already selected? Model shape. Use tools like G to move vertices, S to scale, E to extrude. Shape the mesh to match the outline of your referenced image. It's not really what I wanted. I mean, I don't... How do I move the whole object, though? I want to move the whole object. No. That's what I want to move. Alright, so I gotta figure out how to get this. I mean, do you just like put a bunch of them down? I mean, I'm not exactly sure what I'm going for here. Match the outline of your object. Watch this video. I'm sure it's like for experts. Or people who are better than me.
In this Blender tutorial we will model a low poly sword by using a reference image. I will focus on total beginners, so this will be a very easy tutorial. In the left corner you can see the keys and input that I used, so you can just follow along. The image reference that I used is from this link, but you can just use any sword or any image that you can find online so that you can model along with me. So let's delete this cube here. Go into front view by pressing numpad 1 or hitting one of the keys on the axis. For numpad users you can just go to edit, reference, input and then enable numpad right over there. Then shift A, image and go to reference. Find the sword that you are using. We need to use it as a reference image and then load it up into our screen, and it should be visible now in Blender. If you have better drawing skills than me making this stickman right here, you can just follow along with this tutorial and modeling from a reference image. And screencasts keys are now on the right. I already had to redo this part of the video because I accidentally disabled them on the left side, and there are also some settings above them. So you can just follow along with my mouse and keyboard input right here. So we have our reference image right here, and in Blender 2.9 I already told you, like, make sure you have the reference and not the background. So this will make it an object in your scene, and this will make it a separate object just for referencing. So now we need something to work with. So Shift A, go to Mesh and then Plane. Right now it is not visible because it is flat on this surface, as you can see. So we have to rotate it, hit 3 on numpad, and then we have to rotate it. Press R to rotate, and then you can rotate it. You can also see on the right here, there are the degrees of rotation X. Now holding Ctrl, you can snap to 5 degrees increments or just type 90 degrees here. And then you can see it works. I also like to put this one a bit further, so hit 3 on the numpad again, G grab, and then on the Y axis, so I hit Y, I can put this one back. And now I can work with both, and this isn't in my way. So again, front view is very important, because if I model like this, it won't be right. So again, front view or numpad 1, and I go to wireframe mode. I'll hit Alt Z or hit this button here, and then in edit mode I can edit this one. So let me show you. I want to enable the mesh, so I hit the mesh, then I go to edit mode, or I can just hit tab. And now you see these dots here. While I'm in wireframe mode, I can see through them. So I can just drag these ones around and make my sword that way. So let's start by hitting them here with G grab and then dragging them around. Now there are of course better ways to do this, but this is just a very friendly beginner tutorial, so anyone can just
I kind of see what they're doing now.
this one. Let's first make the blade and the handle for it. I will add loop cuts, so Ctrl R, I need 2, and I will need to drag these ones around. This one, G, hit them here. Now I want to extrude these vertices, so you can hit 1, 2 or 3 on your keyboard, and I'm going to move these vertices, and I need to add them in the wireframe mode. Hit E, extrude them down, and I can just go like this. If they're a bit wide, I can hit S to scale and scale them in a bit. Hit E again, and to make sure I go right down, I hit Z to go on the Z axis, right to here, extrude them again on the Z axis. Now I can scroll to zoom in, and then the middle mouse button to move around. Then I will hit these ones with G and grab them right here, so I make a point for that. And when I now look at my mesh on the side view, I can already see a part of my sword coming alive. Very nice. So now again, we need to extrude this one up. Right there. But you see it is a little bit wider, so I had a loop cut, Ctrl R, scale S a bit to the side, so this one is
I'm
native.
trying to wrap this into my
And
mind.
extrude this one up on the Z axis, so we hit Z again. Now you can see it again. So I need to add these ones here, and I add 2 loop cuts. Ctrl R, scroll twice, click, and scale them up a bit. And for the last one, extrude one more time, and scale this one in as well. So right now I just remade this model, but it's still pretty flat. I go back to object mode, and I can hide this one, so I can click this one and just hide it or press H. Now, to make this one a little bit wider, I can select this one, go to edit mode, hit A to select all these ones, and I go into side view, and I press E to extrude, but then I extrude them out to this side. So right now you can see when I disable X-ray mode and go back to object mode that I have my basics for my sword enabled. So right now what you can do is texture them and put them in a game or something that you like. It's just a very basic tutorial where you go from a reference image to a plane and then model it by the reference image. So you have a very basic low poly sword that you can work around with.
It's great. I don't want to, but I want to do a person, a creature. All right. So yeah, essentially I'm trying to figure out how to do this guy, but they made a cube and then they made it flat. So if I'm going to start with flat, I'm curious if that's like the best way to go. Should I start with a flat cube? Since it is a 2D model, 2D image, and extrude later for depth. Set up your reference image, switch to add, navigate, position the image, create a flat mesh to trace the silhouette, add a plane, press Shift A, mesh plane. A plane? Mesh. I still feel like I don't know what I'm doing. I feel like I'm not sure the best approach. Render 2D to 3D model. This guy's did it in a TikTok.
Let's turn this 2D character into a 3D model in Blender. First, drag your character reference image into the 3D viewport to use as a guide. Now, to model your character quickly, start with a single vertex. Use it to trace the outline of the character by extruding it along the edges of the reference image. Add the screw modifier to revolve the edge line you just created. From here, you can use the proportion editing tool to refine the shape and make it look just right. For the eyes, select 4 faces of the head where the eyes will go. Use the Inset tool by pressing I to create a circle and insert a sphere into the eye socket to complete the look. For the mouth, adjust the vertices around the face to shape a smile or any expression your character has. The arms, extrude them outward, then extrude the fingers. For the feet, start with a simple cube and turn it around nicely. Now the clothing, select the jacket faces, duplicate them, and add the solidify modifier to give them some thickness. You can watch the full complete tutorial on my channel for modeling and texturing. Let's turn this 2D character into a 3D model in Blender. First, drag your character reference image into the 3D viewport to use as a guide. Now, to model your character quickly, start with a single vertex. Use it to trace the outline of the character by extruding it along. How to turn any 2D image into a 3D model in Blender.
Okay. That's actually pretty interesting. I didn't even think about that.
Let's turn this 2D image reference into a 3D character in Blender 4. So let's get down to it. So the first step is going to be to bring our reference image. I'd like first to delete everything that we got. We can press A, X, and delete everything. Next, I'd like to be facing the front of our scene, so we can press 1 on the numpad. So this way we're going to be on the front orthographic. Alright, so the next step is going to be to drag our reference image. We can simply drag it and drop it here. So I'd like to make it centered. So let's center it here into the grid. Perfect. So now our character is going to be standing. So the next step is going to be to add one single vertex. We can press Shift A. Let's go to Mesh and we can start with the plane. So we can select this plane, switch to edit mode by pressing Tab. We can select one single vertex and we can press Ctrl I to reverse the selection. And we can press X and delete those vertices. So now we are left with just one single vertex. So let me just press 1 and we can start modeling it. So I'd like to put this vertex here and we can start extruding. So let's press E to extrude and we can keep extruding like this to make that true. So let's go all the way till the top here. Alright, so the next step, let me just take this one a little bit to the left side. Next we can duplicate this vertex, so Shift D to duplicate it. We have to form the shape of our head. We can drag it down and let's extrude it like this. So as you know, the head needs to be inside our hat. So we can extrude it like this. And
Oh, they're trying to shape where his head is.
Something like this is going to be accurate. And the last step to do is going to be to model the hat. So let's duplicate this vertex again, Shift D, duplicate it. We can put it here. And let's keep extruding like this.
It's only doing half the head.
So here we can go down. So all you have to do is just follow that shape, the edge line of our reference image. So keep extruding till we reach the top. Here we can press G to move this vertex. Alright, so this is the edge line that we got. We can just hide the reference so that we can see it, but actually it's visible. You can just leave it this way. So the next step, we're going to be using the screw modifier. So we have to adjust first the position, the center position. So let me press 1. I'd like to grab all the vertices that we got on the left side like this, and we have to put them in one line. So we can try SX and press 0. So this way they will be all aligned. Alright, so next we have to adjust the center point. So we can select one of these vertices. We can press Shift S, cursor to select it. And let me just go back to the objects mode. We can do, or we can go to objects, that's origin, and origin to the 3D cursor. Nice. So the next step is going to be to add the screw modifier. So here on the modifiers, let's add a new modifier. It's going to be the screw. You can search for this one here. And there we go. We got similar shape to our character. So next step, you can apply some tweakings. I'm going to apply the screw modifier. And next what I'd like to do, I'd like to add the subdivision surface modifier to make it, to give it more details. So let's add it here. So subdivision. This modifier right here. So this way, you're going to have a clean model. So let's increase that to 2. And next what I'd like to do, I'd like to work a little bit on the hat. So you can press Z, switch to the wireframe. You can switch to the edit mode, So I'd like to grab it from here. You can select these two vertices and we can move them up. But here I'd like to use the proportion editing tool. So let's activate it from here and we can try.
I know it's boring to
Move it
watch me
up.
watch something,
But
but
here I
I'm
don't want
trying
to
to figure out what
affect
I'm going to be doing because I
the
have
head.
no
So
idea.
the way to isolate the head is by checking this option that we got here, connected only. So this way we're going to be moving only the head like this. You can scroll the mouse if you want to increase that circle. And now we're good. We can press 1, press Z, switch wireframe, and let's take it up here. So now it's touching that reference image. Here we can select the side. So I think these 2 points, and we can drag them a little bit down. GZ, let's push them down. Alright, so the next step to do, so since our character is symmetrical, so let me just print the reference image here
Must
on the
be
bottom.
nice.
We can slide up. We can switch this menu to the image editor, just so that we can keep an eye on our mushroom character. And just click here and see. So as you can see, our character is symmetrical. So what I want you to do is to work only on one side. For example, we can cut it from half and we can add the mirror modifier. So let's go ahead and do that. So I will actually press 1, we can press tab to switch to edit mode. With our character selected, we can press Z, switch to wireframe, and I would like to select only the left side. And after that we can press X and delete those vertices. So next what we have to do, we can add the mirror modifier. So let's add the new modifier, it's gonna be the mirror.
Man,
So
crazy,
I'm gonna have
dude.
this bump
This guy's
to add
good.
here. So the way to get rid of it is by switching the order of the modifiers. So we need to have the mirror first, and then we have to apply the subdivision modifier. So now it's gonna be good. So if you apply any change to the right side, so if for example, if you take, let me just deactivate proportion editing tool. So if
There's
you take this
so
one
many
forward,
controls.
can be
I
having the
mean, you're
same
moving
effect
like
on the left side.
different
So now that we
meshes
work
and
on the
different
eyes, we can
planes and
switch
different
to the face
cubes
mode,
and
and I
different
want you first to select these
different
4 faces that we
parts.
got
And
here.
it's
You
like
can keep holding shift so that you can select them all, and after that we can press I to create that inset like this. So after that I'd like to make this shape circular, so we can select these edge lines or these vertices on the edge, and we can try to scale them down by pressing S like this. After that we can select again these 4 faces and we can just delete them, X, delete them. So now we got the eye socket, so let's work on it. So first I'd like to give it this oval shape. So what we can do, we can simply try to drag these vertices. So as you can see here, it's a little bit hard to work with these vertices, they are hidden. So what we can do here in the subdivision modifier, we can check this on cage. So just check it. So this way we're going to be seeing all those vertices. So I'm going to just select them all, just the ones on the edges, and we can try SX to scale them a little bit down. And let me just push them a little bit to the left side here. So next step is going to be to extrude them backwards. So we can press E to extrude and press Y to go inside. We can do that another time, and we can try to scale it a little bit down here. That is nice. So next step, I would like to add some interesting shape on the edge line. So we can press here Ctrl R to insert an edge loop like this. And we can add another edge loop on the inside, so Ctrl R again here. You can press G to move this edge line, slide it a little bit backwards.
See, this guy knows all
And
of
you can move
his
it on the inside. You can
hotkeys,
try
and he's
G,
just
Y,
selecting. I'd be like going, I'd
and
spend
move it
10
back.
minutes between each
So this
trying
way
to
we're gonna
figure
be
out what the
forming
next
this
action is.
outer edge. It's gonna look nice. Also here on the outside, to make this edge a little bit sharper, we can add an extra edge loop. Or actually we can do this, we can press Alt here.
I mean, if you think about it, though, he's going through this all, and he's going pretty quick, but it's not like
this
he's
increase here.
necessarily
We can
going
increase it
super
to
fast.
0.35. Let's exit edit mode and let's take a look
It's
at
just like,
it.
this is
So
like
next step is gonna
expert
be to
level.
add eyeballs. So let's do that. So I'm gonna press Alt here to have the cursor right at the center. So Shift S, cursor to select it, and we can do Shift A, and I'd like to bring a UV sphere. So for the size of the UV sphere, we have to scale it down, but for the segments and the rings, we can reduce them down. So let's just add the /2 so that we can divide it by 2. Same thing here, we can divide it by 2. So 16 by 8. Because we are already applying the subdivision modifier, so there is no need to add more geometry. So here I'd like to spin around this sphere, so RY or RX, and we can type 90 degrees. After that we can just scale it down here. Let me press 1 so that we can be facing our character. So here I'd like to, let me just push it inside. We can drag it a little bit sideways here, GY. Let's push it inside, we can try to scale it a little bit down, push it outside. So just take your time to well position it. So you can try to spin it a little bit on the z-axis. That's nice. So let's do right click, shade smooth, and also we can try to improve the eye socket. So for example, I'm going to take this part, we can activate the proportion editing tool. So make sure it's connected only, and we can drag it a little bit down. Let me just reduce the size of that circle. So something like this. So now it is perfectly matching. Not perfectly, let me just work a little bit here. That is nice. So now I'd like to work on the mouth of our character. We're going to just create a basic mouth shape. So I'm going to be selecting these two faces, and we can try E to create an inset, but we have to delete this face. Let me just delete it. And here on the mirror modifier, we have to be checking this clipping so that we can stop here right at the middle. So we need to stop right here. Alright, after that, I'd like to select these faces. You can drag them a little bit sideways. So here, let's deactivate the proportion editing tool. So something like this, we can try to push it outside, so GY. And we can just delete it. So let's press X and delete that part. Okay, we got a big mouth, so we have to work on it. So let me just try to scale it down. Something like that. Alright, so let's give it the right shape. So I'd like to, we can take...
I'm trying to
press
follow
one,
this
go
guy
to
and all the
front.
things he's clicking on.
You can try to make it smiling here. Exactly like what we got in the reference image here. Nice. So it's good to push the top section of the mouth outside, while these we can push them back here. You can try to spin them, so RX, spin them a little bit on the x-axis. So that looks a little bit weird, but we can work on it even more. So this part here, I'm gonna try to push it backward. This one, let's push it inside, outside. Alright, so the next step is gonna be
See,
to
that
press
takes
Alt
artistic
here
view
and
right
try
there.
E,
Like, you have to
Y
be able to like go,
extrude.
oh, I know what this needs.
Extrude it
I would look
backward
at it and go,
like
I don't
this.
know what to do here.
So we have to
No,
do two
I wouldn't know how to
extrusions. So
fix
for
half
these
these
first
problems.
part, we can, for example, drag it a little
Look
bit
at the way he's
down
just
here
pushing it
to
in.
create
And
that lip. And here I want
I'd be
to
like,
do this. We can
there's
select
something
again
wrong with this. That I'd be
these
like, I
edge
don't know what
lines,
the
and
problem
we can
is.
press N to access this item. And here I'd like to increase the mean crease up something like 0.6. So this way we're going to be sharpening out that edge. And as you can see, our mouth starts to look good.
He's got a nice look.
Same
It
thing here
just,
on the
I don't,
bottom,
he's
so
just
we're
like
gonna have to
zipping in and out,
take
figuring all these things. I'm
this
like,
edge, drag it a little bit down. Take this one, we can lift it up and we can push it outside. So the mouth, so just keep experimenting with it till you got some interesting results. So next we can switch to the vertex mode here, and we can try to push this vertex a little bit to the left side to have that nice bottom lip, something like that. Maybe that's too much. Let me just bring it back. This one here, we can push it a little bit backward. Something like that looks nice. Also for the cheeks, we can try to push them a little bit outside to have that cuteness. And just press GY to move them outside. This way. You can be having those cheeks popping up. Also here for the eyes, I don't want them to be popping up like this. So on the edit mode, we can select the eye. Let me just press Alt A to make sure that everything is deselected. Let's select only the eye. We can try to scale it on the Y, so SY, like this, and we can push it a little bit. Here we can just leave it here. And let me select this point. We can activate the proportion editing tool. And we can try to move it a little bit back. Let me just zoom here. That is nice. So the next step is going to be to add the arms of our character. So let's go ahead and work on them. So I'd like to work on this circle that we got here, on this sphere. So I'm going to be selecting these 4 faces that we got here. You can press I again to form that inset, and we have to make it, give it that circular shape. So this is important. And we just select these 4 vertices, and we can try to scale them down without the proportion editing tool to keep that circular shape. So this is essential, something like that. And after that, we can select these 4 faces, and we need to flatten them a little bit. So we can try SY or SX. We can try to flatten them just a bit like this. We can push them outside, flatten again, smoothly like this. You can just, let me just press O again. You can lift it up, here.
See, it's nice because
Alright, so the next step
he
is
gets to
gonna be
work
extrude
on the
this part,
when you
so
have
let's extrude
a
it, and we have to
symmetrical
spin it.
figure. You only have
We
to draw
spin
one
it on
side.
the Y. So our
It
Y
does make it a lot
is spin it,
easier.
but without the proportion individual. So our Y, something like this. We can extrude one more time, and we can drag it down. But here at this top, so we have to push it even down here. Alright, so that's nice. So let's just carry on. I'm gonna be selecting these 4 faces again. Press 1. You can try to spin it, scale it down, extrude one more time, and we can scale it
Just-
down here at the end. Alright, so let's check the shape of our hand. So that's why I asked you to make it circular. So here what we can do, gonna drag these down, so GZ, you can push them down like this. Here on the side, so the arm looks a little bit huge, so you can try SY to push it back, something like that. So now we got that shape, it looks pretty much good. So what we can do at the end, so we can add the hand. So now I'd like to add the hands, so on the edit mode, you can select this part to form the thumb, this thumb that we got here. So it's easy, I'm gonna just extrude it outside. So this way we're gonna be forming that thumb. We can make it again circular. So let me try, I'm gonna try to select these 2 vertices, scale them down like this. This way we're gonna be having, this shape looks like a finger. That's good. Next we have to extrude the fingers. So you can select this part, and we can extrude it outside, but we need to make it smaller. So let me select this part here. Same thing for these 2 edges, we can extrude them like this.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll see.
Oops, let's
Really
select the
don't.
entire face,
I really don't.
extrude them again, drag down. And here we can spin it
Yeah.
on the Y, so our Y can spin it around.
I'm a
So
little.
you
I'm a
can
little
try to
apprehensive.
push.
But if I could just do one character, I'll be